And we start streaming. Is there a way to... I'm gonna need to clear chat from last night. Where's the clear chat button? I guess there is not a clear chat button. Oh well. Okay. Nothing can be done about it. I'm actually gonna grab a soda real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, so I want to do just an hour on Archetype stuff, and then we'll do the other things. I'm going to set a timer for what we're doing. Everything is in a different place than it's supposed to be. Except for Mahal. Mahal's exactly where he's supposed to be. Hopefully. Alright, let's do some Archetype stuff. Alright. Oh, I should probably change this to the multi-chat, just in case. Alright. Oh. What was the other one that I did all the time? This one. I like this one a bit. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're looking way more rested than I am. It's okay, I've got my soda here to keep me awake. Well, someone was chatting me up. Can't say who. Who could that be? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's alright. I'm gonna run it down a little bit. Do a little bit of a warm up, and then I'm gonna spend. Hey, yes, we are live on both. Moderation on YouTube seems to be a pain in the ass. I'm not gonna lie. Probably not. I just don't know how to do it. It basically just seemed to be like I turned off. Like someone was rude the other day, and so I just removed them from existence, and that was the only moderation tool I really had. YouTube ambassador, after all. We'll see. I don't know how modding works in YouTube because it looks like it's not something that's really something that people do. Maybe? I just don't know enough about streaming on YouTube compared to streaming on Twitch. It also hasn't gotten like a ton of viewers or anything lately, so I'm not super worried, you know? I should probably also include Pixel in the rotation. It's basically free to do it. I don't think it's gonna get anyone else, right? But it's literally just, it's free. It's free real estate. Yeah, exactly. That way I can like be like, okay, we're done streaming for the day. Turn off YouTube, turn off Twitch, and be like, but actually, chat, we're not. Time to draw a titty. I think I need to go back and clip the penis hands. No one ended up doing that. So I gotta do it before it runs out. I gotta find it. I forgot. If you want to. Otherwise, I'll end up doing it. Maybe tonight. Okay, so today I need to pull up reference. Today I'm going to be drawing Bumble because I really like their design. There is only one reference image of them. They seem like they'd be a snowy adventure, so I'm going to do that. I could make it smaller. That would be ideal. Alright, let's make the reference visible to everyone. And I can worry about portions and sizes after that. Hey, how's it going, Knight? How are you doing? Just getting some reference going. Please what? We're doing Bumble. Oh. No, you've not. I will not be doing that. Yeah. It's alright. I just have no idea who you are, what your channel does, and I'm busy. Hold on, let me get that reference going so you can actually see what's going on. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-dum. Where'd it go? Oh, because it's insanely small now, isn't it? No. Fuck. There you go. What? Oh, it's not visible yet. That's my bad. That's nice. How to help since you bought chat? Really? But you can see all the points where people start talking a lot. I need to resize this, please. Transform. Fit to screen. There we go. I do know some animation. Here is, let me get Bumble out of the way. So this is what we're working on at the moment. The top ones are reference. We're on the bottom. So we've been working on a little bit of this sort of loop. So let's see how it'll play. So we're doing just that. This is a part of a meme. So we're just kind of going the way it is. Animation is very difficult. It's one of those things where it's kind of the center point of a whole lot of different skills. So I would say don't give up and try to take things one step at a time, right? Don't start with like 700 moving parts, right? Make a character that you enjoy, that is very simple, and that you can do the same every time. So like a little blob fella, or like a stick figure person, or just maybe even just like a character that is a ball that's 2 points, right? Just little eyes. And then work on the fundamentals of just like squash and stretch, getting something to feel like it has weight. That's definitely the best place to start. Can you please get a thumbnail roadmap? What do you mean thumbnail roadmap? What is a thumbnail roadmap? Flowchart. Sure, what flowchart were you looking to get? I don't know if I need to make this smaller. How to draw thumbnail sketches. Oh, okay, cool. That one's actually pretty easy. So for thumbnails, right? The easiest thing to do is to just grab this tool, the rectangle tool, and depending on whatever your what's it called? If you have like a rectangular shape, kind of vaguely guess the size of the rectangle. It doesn't matter too much, right? Does that come out okay? Do I need to zoom in more? That's a weird anti-aliasing effect we're getting on the viewfinder. So you can guess like relatively rectangular, right? You can do if like you're doing a one-to-one thing, right? Do it like that. You do it like a long rectangle, right? I would like I'm zoomed out to here, right? So I'm at 50%, right? These are still pretty big. Like I'm not gonna lie, they're fairly large. This is an okay size, but yeah, you wouldn't worry about that. Just the only reason I say to use the rectangle tool is so that you don't get like too caught up in the idea of having to get the outline correct, right? Because let's be real. When I draw my outlines or my thumbnails, I'm using the same tool because I'm lazy. But a lot of people, you'll draw this and they'll be like, oh, this doesn't look right because it's not rectangular. How am I supposed to see what the image is supposed to be if it's not like the right aspect ratio, right? And some people really care about that, right? And some people don't. So if it's something that it matters to you, make sure you get it right. But use the tool, right? I'm lazy as hell, so I just do this shit. So the flowchart is step 1, just draw some boxes. Let's put it over here. Just draw the views, right? That doesn't matter if it's perfectly rectangular, right? Doesn't matter if it's landscape, right? Just make sure that you're drawing some views, right? Oops. Step 2, I would say, step 2 is zoom out. So we haven't even gotten to the point where you can make decisions. You've drawn the rectangle, right? Step 2, zoom out, right? Zoom out until it's literally the size of your thumbnail. Like if you put your thumb halfway between the box that you just drew and your eye, it should be about the size of your thumbnail. Quite literally. Zoom out. Step 3, right? Draw some more. Technically, this is part of step 1, but I didn't do it yet, so we're doing step 1. Okay, so now you have your stuff, right? Decide on whether or not you have, is the background dark or light? I should probably type this out before I... Cool. You're gonna fill most, if it's light, fill in all but one. If it's dark, fill in just one. And then we kind of just connect back. Why are we doing this? Why are we filling in all of them? I've decided that it's going to be dark. So, are we going to fill it in? We're going to make sure this closes. Clip Studio Paint has a bucket fill. We're going to use the bucket fill, right? And, oh, didn't even listen to my own roll. Why are we doing this? Because thumbnails are literally meant to explore the idea. If you have an idea in your brain and you think that it has a dark background, you're almost obligated to try the opposite at least one time, right? And we want to try the opposite at least one time because we want to be sure. Cool. Next step after that. Brush. Bigum. Brush bigger. You should be using a brush that you can, like, if I was to draw a transparent, oops, that's the wrong one. You should be able to cleanly cover both corners easily, right? And by that I mean is like if you draw from this angle to this angle, I've deleted both the corners, right? If I draw with a brush that's this small, and I try to go from this corner to this corner, I just missed that corner, right? If I try it again, someday my computer will work. Still missed it. Kinda got it, but you can still see the corner. Not only that, but you can really see this corner, right? This is an arbitrary rule. It does not matter. I'm giving you only like a starting point, right? Why does it matter that you can erase the corners both sides easily? Because that means that your brush is now big enough to make big changes to it, right? If it's not big enough to do these changes, what you're going to end up with is small scratches that aren't going to focus on the big shapes. And in thumbnails, you want to focus on the big shapes, right? Because those are the important things, right? Cool, 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 cool. Can I change the opacity on this brush? Oh, I'm on the hard round. I should be able to change the opacity on this. Oh, whatever. Okay. Cool. So once our brush is here, it's entirely just arbitrary. It does not matter. It doesn't have to be, oh, I'm just trying to get you to think less, right? Because we're not even at the part where we're supposed to be thinking. So you just need to think less. Cool. All right, let's bring this down to a reasonable size so I can type. Brush bigger. Okay. Now we can finally start thinking about our concept, right? So we want to think about, what do we want to draw? I'm just going to put what? Draw. You'll notice we haven't even really made any decisions. We've made one decision so far, right? We decided what draw. I have no idea. I'm going to draw monsters. I'm going to draw a monster in the background. It is completely, it doesn't matter what you're drawing, right? It can be anything. If you have something you want me to see draw, so you have like a literal one-for-one reference of what somebody else is doing, let me know. I can do that. If you are just like, whatever, landscapes, do the thumbnail for this drawing. Thumbnail for this drawing? Okay, okay, I can do that. The reason I'm doing this is because I was going to do a more vertical. We're going to do a more vertical one, so. Okay, cool. You can see me getting a little bit distracted. Okay. So decide what draw, right? So I've decided that I want to draw Bumble. I kind of have an idea, right? I kind of want to draw them hiking or in an adventure or whatever, right? So I actually had an idea to make it lighter, but at this point it's just easier to stick with the background first. It's the same thing, right? You can always just swap the values at the end. I've decided what to draw. The next step is just kind of put in random shapes. Random shapes? And I'm gonna go ahead and split off. A little bit more. Does it look like something. We're freeballing this, like something. I'm sorry, this is not the right one. Does look like thing. The reason why we're drawing random stuff, right, is because we're trying to get your brain into problem solving mode, right? And so here's and we're just gonna do the first thumbnail for now, right? So I'm going to change to a brush that I previously stated. I'm going to change the opacity because I am drawing on, what's it called? The background here, right? This is going to have some values to it, right? I'm gonna draw some random shapes. We're almost doing one of those psych tests on your brain, right? We're looking for shapes in the clouds. Speaking of shapes in the clouds, I kind of like this being like a kind of a cloud there, right? Just be generous with yourself. This thing is the size of your thumb. So you're just gonna draw like stuff that looks not right, but the more something looks like something recognizable, the more you're gonna like lean into it, right? It's like, ooh, I like this shape, right? I like this shape here because it looks fluffy and round. This is my first pass. It's literally like one brush stroke. I've already got some things that I want to address. So I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna start blocking off some of these shapes that I liked. This is a very painterly method, right? This is a very painterly stroke. If you're someone who sees in shapes, this is going to work, right? This is going to work fine. So because I want to do more of like a background with this one, because I want to work on backgrounds for myself. And if being outside the line bothers you, you can just take a lasso tool and then just kind of rectangle fill or whatever. Or probably a better idea, use a shrink lasso to get around the thing. So I've got these. This is a very tangent shape that I've made right here. So I want to change something, right? I might even join them back together again. I think joining them back together might be pretty cool. And then we have to pick a dominant shape. I want this one to be dominant. And then this one to be not submissive, but like farther in the background. So this shape is going to intersect with this one, and this one is going to be lighter, so it's going to be more in the front, right? And so far, I'm just focusing on one shape that I liked. You can switch to a soft round, also does the same thing, just kind of does whatever. Blending brushes, at this point, you don't really care. You're getting shapes that you like, and you're kind of just blending them in. And this is a very painterly approach. I don't always do it like this, right? Sometimes I'll go straight into forms, sometimes I'll go straight into other things, right? This is still a very straight horizontal line. So I think what I want to do is I want to bring down the cloud shape a little bit more. I want to draw it downwards. What's the off for? Did I mess something up? Okay, so seeing this, I just got an idea, right? I'm thinking, currently have no idea, but I'll remain patient. I saw this cloud shape right here, right? This, I'm trying to circle, but it's not. I saw this cloud shape, and it reminded me of a painting I may or may not have seen in the past, where you have the ground shape here, right? Like a hill meadow sort of a deal, right? And then you have the character here in the middle. And so they're standing kind of like this. So we're drawing the figure shape. We might make them a bit bigger. That's too puffed out chest. Yeah. You know that pose, where's that pose where you have the character like this? That kind of like ready to begin kind of pose. Probably could bend this a little bit more here. Where it almost looks unbalanced. So that's kind of what I'm picturing there. Cool. I have the beginnings of the shapes. Okay. It looks like a thing. Cool. On to the next step. Refine the shape, right? And I've already done a little bit of it, is like refining the shape. And we're gonna put a little caveat here to the side. Max 2 brush size changes. What do I mean by this? The goal for our thumbnail is not to draw the thing, right? If you want to draw it in a thumbnail, you're more than happy. But if you're trying to get through a thumbnail, you don't need this flowchart if you're getting invested in it, right? Thumbnails are kind of by design meant to kind of just get you invested in something, right? You may have to just draw one thumbnail. You may draw 3 thumbnails, right? You're just doing this to test ideas. If you have something that you like really fires you up, draw it as much as you want, move on to the next thumbnail, and see what else you can come up with. And if nothing moves you away from that first thumbnail you did, draw the first thumbnail, right? That's how I go about it. So we have maximum of 1 brush size change, or 2 brush size changes. We can change brushes as much as we want to get the effects that we want, but we don't want to like change the brush size. Oops, this is different. This brush is just not the same size. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and grab this midtone as the color for the character. I don't like that. I've made the head here too big, but that's fine. We can come in here and blend it out a little bit more. Now the head is gone. We can come back in and we can draw like a smaller head. Same thing with down here. We can just, oops, that's the wrong button. Bring this in. We're refining shapes, right? So I like this cloud shape that's going on. I kind of want to continue it. We're going to bring this down, and this probably needs to be a little bit brighter. I saw the most gorgeous cloud the other day. Maybe I'll post a picture of it later, because I took a picture, and it was just so unbelievably awesome, right? Like it's one of those clouds that you see that's just like awe-inspiring, right? And so I'm even gonna try to like, because I really want the cloud to be a huge part of this composition. At least in this thumbnail that I'm looking at. make it look like puff balls or whatever. We want a little, I want to keep that hard shape towards the top. So what I'll go is I'll come in with this transparent, and we'll do the strength selection again. So we're here. And we'll just kind of clean away at this edge a little bit. Same thing here. Cods are really nice and they're very fluffy, but they also tend to have really hard edges towards the outside. A lot of the softer variations you'll find in the middle of it or something. We don't want to have, right now we have competing shapes with this. And how I know that is I was looking at them and I was thinking, okay, I can't decide which one I want to look at. So I picked one. I picked my favorite. The one on the left is my favorite. Sorry, these are not my children. I don't have to be nice to them. And even if I did have children, they'd know. They'd know which one's the favorite. It's the one that makes me breakfast in bed. It's the secret. So I want to come up with a more interesting rhythm. Because right now we have this character that's pushing out this way. And so I just want to bring this in maybe here, and then from there pull this out. And maybe we'll bring back this here. Because I'm undecided of whether or not I want this to go all the way down. Springy? Sprunglings? Sprungins. The Sprungins. You know, maybe I do want to bring this all the way down. So I have to come up with some interesting shapes in part of it. Down there and over here. Because this way I'm seeing this and thinking of it as a composition. If I have the character darker, right? Then I want the cloud, the background, right? To be darker, right? And if I remember correctly, I think clouds are brighter than the sky. Let me look up a picture really quick. Just look up any picture of the sky in grayscale. Yeah, so the background sky is going to be always way darker than the clouds. Like, people don't realize how dark the sky actually is in comparison to clouds. Obviously, lighting conditions will change this, but clouds tend to be really high. It's not color theory. This is just value theory. Straight up just value theory, right? But we still want the sky to be brighter than, what's it called? The ground. The sky is also brighter towards the top. Just don't forget to do that. The ground is going to be dark. And then we want to make our character kind of this in-between tone because we want it to stand out for both of them. Right? And here's the most important thing, right? Not today. We can do value theory next. Not today. This is just, unfortunately, part of thumbnailing is being able to adjust based on the composition, right? So if you're not doing composition, which is primarily, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's primarily value theory, you're not doing thumbnailing, right? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and use my reduction in size. I'm not gonna go that small. We don't want to go any more than like 10 points per like reduction. So I was 40. I don't want to really go more than like 30. Hey, how's it going, Sahil? Welcome, welcome. doing a little bit of a breakdown on how to do thumbnails and such. And the grass is going to have like different values and stuff, but we're not worried about that right now. We're worried about just blocking in character. I'm thinking maybe I don't want this to be this far out here. Want this to be more inwards. Maybe like that. Because this is telling me a lot about huge betrayal on the call out. Wait, what? What, the value theory and being a huge part of it? So we have our sizes here. And we can even do a little bit of soft brush to get some texture for like where the grass is maybe going to be lighter or whatever. That this isn't super important. This is more than we need to, but what it does, we can make the bottom of the character lighter. We can make the top of the character darker, right? What that's going to do is it's going to make it stand out against the white background, and it's going to stand out against the darker background, right? And that was pretty much all I really need to do for that refining layer. So we're going to bring it down another 10 points to 20. Let's see if this is enough to get any like character details. So I know this character that I'm drawing, Bumble, actually has like this kind of a shape about them. I'm going to cheat just a little bit in the sense that I'm going to use a brush with taper. And a brush with taper is cheating because it allows me to adjust it with pressure. But basically I know that Bumble as a character has a shape for the head that's like this. And then the inside is darker. And then they have an eye that is much brighter. Cool. And then we have this entire shape becoming kind of blobby. So what I want to do is I want to join this up, and I want to make this a little bit lighter. So I'll grab from down here, just so we can see the shape difference, the shape change. Then I'll grab from up here again, and we'll pull this down. And then I also want to start grabbing like darker shapes. And this is just going to be for line to show difference in form. Right? So remember, I ended up cheating a little bit. I don't quite have the right total shape for the character. Right? Because I've made them much taller than they are. Also going to come down in here, but we'll see what we can do with it. We can see what we can get away with, because I think the jacket realistically ends about here, and then the legs, the pant legs, end about here. So we'll see what we can get away with, because the legs are very thin. So we're just carving out the shape. We could actually even just like hide this in like flowers or whatever. So we can just like turn that into lines or something covering it up. And so I made the character just a little bit taller. That should be fine. We can always adjust that a little bit in post. Also make them a little bit bigger. It looks like their legs are a little bit disjointed. So we're just going to grab the lasso tool. And we're going to move this. No fear. It's okay. Don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. We can try to grab as much as much as we want or whatever, so we can avoid as little disruptions. But you're gonna, oopsies, I'm trying to hit that. Yeah, I wasn't grabbing the right shortcut. I'm just doing this because I really like this cloud shape. Hey, how's it going, Evenite? Welcome, welcome. I can't remember, were you here yesterday? Evenite is familiar. Right, grab something that's not related, just to make it a little bit bigger. That's just a trick to get around Photoshop or Premiere Pro. Just take that and move it around. Then we can just come in with our brush and we're gonna fill this in a little bit. As a YouTube or Twitch viewer, you can see everyone chatting on the screen. Cool. So yeah, this is kind of the idea I have that. It's very simple, right? We can always do some things like adding some flower shapes down here, right? And this is gonna make the background feel alive because it's gonna be like a prairie setting, right? If anything pops up, it either has to be darker or it somehow has to be lighter. Which you can make an interesting play of that. I wouldn't try to go with like pure white. So I'm in the States. You can add some grass shapes just to delineate this section a little bit more. Because right now it's a bit too artificial. We're going to come back in with a blur in a second. We can come in and mess with that as much as we want, however you want. Cool. All right, so for me, I am more or less happy with this. I wouldn't say there's anything I particularly don't like about it. I like the value between stuff, and I like how things are going. I'm thinking maybe we have a little bit more interest going on with the background. You kind of want to add his little backpack. I don't know what that emote is. Thank you. But remember, as nice as it looks, this is just a concept, right? So we don't want to spend more time than I probably already have on this, right? I already spent quite a bit, mostly just because I got really into the process. And this is the most important thing to learn about anything like related to with your passion. If you are enjoying it, don't stop. Just flat out. If you are enjoying it, it is incredibly important that you continue, right? Because that motivation is what's going to carry you through this, right? Try to hold on to that feeling, because you might finish it and you might hate it, right? But hold on to the feeling of the moment where it felt really good, where you felt super sucked in, right? Because you might finish it and you won't like it. And it's fine. Everyone has that. Everyone has that stage where they're just like, I really liked this before, but then I ruined it. You didn't ruin it, right? You had a vision in your mind, and maybe you didn't complete exactly what your vision was coming to mind, but what mattered was the passion that you had in the moment, that feeling of, I'm losing track of time, that flow state. It does suck. It does suck when you are really excited for something and then you don't quite deliver for yourself. But this is where community is important, right? Because what you see in your brain is never going to be what you're going to be able to put on paper, right? That's fine, right? What you see in your brain is never what's going to be on the paper, right? Either one of two things will happen. Then this is the artist dilemma, right? Either your artist eye is going to be way higher so you can think of something that's way above your skill level, or your skill is way higher than what you saw, and then later you realize, I don't have any idea what I was doing. Then you're fine to start again, right? Never be afraid of starting again, right? New beginnings exist for a reason. They're there because we can always try again. Honestly, that's kind of a part of what this piece is looking like, right? To me, looking at this, it's making me think, wow, it kind of looks like someone beginning their adventure, right? Like someone that is just starting, right? And it has this feeling of anything is possible. So getting that feeling makes me feel really confident in this thumbnail, right? Because I was just inspired when I was drawing it. It's just one of those things. Now, I'm going to have to do probably one of the hardest things anyone ever has to do. Try to do better than the thing that you just fell in love with. Dog sleeping. You guys aren't on Twitch. You have, what's it called? If you get on Twitch, there's channel points. And you can treat the dog. Dog gets treats. It feels like I fluked all the drawings I've done until this point. I think that is a very harsh way to look at it, right? Remember what I've said before. Failure is the goal state, right? We learn from failure, and no one starts out perfect. If we did start out perfect, there wouldn't be any point to living, because there's nothing to improve upon. There's nothing to do. We would just be automatons that exist to absorb nutrients and proceed to pass on genetic code to the next generation, right? There's a lot of bacteria that live like that, right? Try to tell yeast that it needs to improve on something. You can't. Motherfucker is perfect already. Like, it's got everything down right. People aren't yeast, right? People aren't bacteria. People have goals and desires and ambitions that they are not born with no instinct. They are not born with desires you can accomplish, right? They are born weak, frail, and small. That's fine. If you fluked every drawing you've done to this point, that's amazing. If you fluked every drawing and you have no idea why, that's what I'm here for. To help you so that you can unfluke it, right? Or you can understand what fluked. So the next time you try something a little different. Because trying the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result is the definition of madness, right? So, refine shape. Fantastic. So the shape has been refined, right? I actually want to make this a little bit darker here. So our shape has been refined. I want to make this center a little bit brighter. What next? What do we do next? So ideally, you're not going to spend like more than 15 minutes. I spent way more than that because I got really sucked into it, right? So why am I typing after 15 minutes to move on? This is your out, right? You do not have to be stuck in a thumbnail that you hate for more than 15 minutes, right? If it is not going the way that you want, get the hell out of there after 15 minutes. Like, there is no reason why you should push yourself on a thumbnail more than 15 minutes. If you're not enjoying it, it's not working. Move on. Cool. And then are all views filled? No. Yes. And then that doesn't look right. Your favorites. That's it. That's thumbnails, right? Now, if you are a high level artist, there's a lot of things that you will break down. Like, a lot of artists say, oh, find the one that has the most interesting composition, find the one that does all this stuff, right? Find whatever, right? Pick your favorite. Pick your favorite. You're not going to want to draw something you don't want to draw. Pick the one that inspires you the most. If you are not interested in drawing the third one, even though you took into account all of the things about tangents and value theory and like big, small, and pattern stuff, you're not gonna want to draw it, right? Pick the one that spoke to you the most. Pick your favorite. And why can I say this in a way that's gonna affect like every single artist of all time ever? Because once you get to a high level of art, right? All of these things, tangents, what's it called? Shape theory, contrast, all these things are going to be drilled into you, right? And the process over time, this all gets drilled into you, right? You will naturally gravitate to the one that has more of these things, not because, oh, the rules dictate. No, it's because people have picked their favorites forever. And the rules are the explanation of why those are favorites. So pick your favorite. They're going to be drilled into you. You're going to get pounded with facts and logic. You're just going to get absolutely hammered into the wall with like all of the things that art is important for. And it's going to just like burst all over you with this knowledge and understanding. Farming. Okay. Because ultimately, what are art rules, right? Why do we use tangents? Oh, because tangents help differentiate silhouettes and stuff? Yeah, because people are more interested in seeing simple shapes that are identifiable, right? There's not some bigger reason. It's just like, oh, when the shapes overlapped, it made it really hard to tell which one was what, and people didn't like it as much. There is so much like subtle decision making that your brain does, which is why Jackson Pollocks, like authentic Jackson Pollocks, are like way more interesting and visually interesting. Like we did this study on abstract art, and the ones made by famous abstract artists tend to attract more of a crowd than the ones that were automated or the ones made by machines or the ones made by people who have no idea what they're doing. Because at a certain point, it becomes muscle memory. And here's the best part. You can always adjust these things while you're drawing, right? Say I drew this piece and there's tangents all over the place. I can see in the thumbnail, oh, there's tangents. But it's still my favorite. What am I going to do? I'm going to do the full thing, and as I'm drawing it, I'm going to keep the tangents in mind, because it's the thing that stood out to me the most when I was picking it out. You just, you know? And we can do this thing about everything else, right? Why does contrast work? Oh, it's because our like brains, our human monkey brains, are literally designed to pick out contrast for survival in the wild, right? We are hardwired to look for fruit, vegetables, and like other animals based on contrast. It just stimulates the hell out of our monkey brains. Hey, how's it going? Oh no, it's somebody that needs to get destroyed. I don't know if mods can see that. Looks like lightly Manivator? Oh, me going to sleep. I'm sorry, you didn't show up for whatever reason. You've night. I'm sorry. Did not see it? Oh no, I did see it. I see it. I saw it a while ago. Never mind. I don't think I responded because there's a lot of stuff going on, but yeah. Mods, kill that man. I think it was restricted to the actual chat, so like... It doesn't show up in like the chat for people, so it's fine. Hey, Antonio's here. We were just doing our thumbnail on how to... our flowchart on how to do thumbnails. You'll notice, specifically for thumbnails, you don't really have a lot of options, right? And that's because a lot of the decision making kind of falls down, kind of goes downstream, right? A lot of that decision making ends up in like, when I'm thinking about composition, right? So for thumbnails, you're not like using stuff. Just a thumb with a nail? Yeah, exactly. This is what people are painting. This is the whole trend, right? People are getting this little bug guy, and they're putting them on their fingernails. Yeah, your girlfriend hasn't done it yet? She's gonna miss out on the trend. Okay. But yeah, thumbnails get a lot of the decision making kicked down to other stuff, like on composition and stuff. A flowchart for thumbnails is kind of just like, basically is just follow these steps in order. There's no like, oh, bigger kind of like, when do I know a thumbnail is done, right? You have 15 minutes or until you want to stop, right? We are more realist side, so we don't care about trends. Only trend I like is gambling and drinking. That's not a trend. That's a humanity staple at this point. You know what's crazy? There have been like laws against gambling since as early as we've been able to make laws, basically. And It's still around. What blows me away is, so the funny thing about history, right? Especially like anthropological history, like when you're studying like ancient civilizations and stuff, we know what behaviors people are doing based on what laws are being passed. Because if the behavior is not happening enough, there's no need for a law to regulate it, right? You only need to like make a law against murdering when people are doing a lot of murdering. So that's a lot of fun. Humans are really interesting creatures. Alright, that being said, I have another thumbnail to do, and then a third thumbnail to do. Right? And I'll be honest with you, I don't always follow this rule right here, right? Like, I never do it. I'm lazy, I just do the sketch thing, right? Because I'm just looking at pose for the most part, I'm not really thinking about background. If you want to think about background, doing it this way is really helpful, because you're thinking of things in a value shape, in like a painterly way. So did this help me way more than the other one? Let's take a look. This is the other thumbnail that I did for... This isn't it? For Zworm, right? So I did these thumbnails for Zworm, right? I don't know, I think you saw these, right? I was like, which one should I draw? And I was never... Oops, keys. I never got a response. A hilarious one from ancient Near East is boiling a baby goat in its mother's milk. That's wild. Is that like, is that something to do like, that's like a cheese law, right? Maybe not. Israelite experience it's so much that they had to include that prohibition is in the Ten Commandments scene, right? I think, because I think it has to do with, what's it called? Renault? So if you don't understand, if you don't understand what I'm talking about, the way you make cheese is by you take an enzyme that is produced in the like first stomach of rudimentary, what's it called? Animals that chew cud and like spits back up, right? What they do is they have an enzyme that causes the milk to clump together so that the animal can process the proteins, right? It's called Renault now, I think. Maybe I'm correct, maybe I'm wrong. Let me just Google that. Enzyme for cheese making. Rennet, sorry. It's called rennet. So, rennet is an enzyme that comes from an infant animal's stomach, right? And you make cheese by adding that enzyme to the milk to curdle it, and then you boil off some of the liquid, right? So the practice basically, or the law prevents people from making cheese, because I think before they understood that's how you did it, they just like throw the whole stomach of the baby goat into it, and then it would just do the thing. But that's also a very unsafe way of doing it, right? Because what happens is you have no idea what sort of bacteria or other things are inside the baby goat's stomach. So it just kind of like is unsafe. It's the same reason why salami has a lot of like restrictions, especially in the States, because we had a botulism epidemic where people would be dying here and there from ill-prepared salami, right? So it sounds insane, but it's not actually that insane. And I think is that this law is like to prevent people from making cheese because people were doing it in unsafe ways and getting sick. I think that's a lot of the same reason why there's a lot of like, I heard somewhere once that there's a lot of like stigma in Eastern cultures about eating pork, like Middle Eastern cultures about eating pork, because a lot of the areas are like bush or like low, what's it called? Low output, low yield environments, right? And because pigs often eat the same food as people, if people try to farm pigs, it causes more famine because more food is going to the pigs than it is to the people. The best example of the Bible's shellfish prohibition. Yeah, okay, similar. So it's a similar thing. So a lot of these things will sound insane, right? Because the translations could be better, right? Like, for example, in this thing right here that I typed in what draw. What the fuck does that mean? I wrote in does look like thing. It has like, a lot of these things are like, people understood these words to mean different things in the context of their culture, in their environment, stuff like that, right? So we don't actually know the full context. I am assuming, big assumption here, that it was a milk thing, like a cheese thing, because that is where the enzyme rennet comes from. So there's that. All right, let's do this other thumbnail because I've been putting it off. Shrink selection. We're going to go back to 40. I want to get a little bit of a change, right? They look like an explorer. So I do want to get more of that, what's it called? Shape going. And now I'm in this case, because I'm trying to draw like a cave scenario, I'm going to be thinking of the anatomy, because it's going to be much closer up, much more personal, right? I think that their hand is maybe going to go here. And I think that the hand in here, I could honestly make this whole thing bigger. Because I want to make room for a couple of things. I want to make room for a torch, and I want to make room for the torso and the head, and I want to have like, we start breaking this down into most, what's it called? Biggest shapes to smallest shapes. Want this to be a shape right there. But I still want it to be darker. And then maybe a little bit darker actually still. Because I think I went too much with that initial pull. Now notice that the corners are getting a little bit darker than the inside is, right? Hey, welcome. I hope your food is good. Are you feeling better? Are your sprains or whatever? I think you said you're having Charlie horses, right? You like muscle spasms? Are those feeling better? Okay, I'm gonna grab this color, but I think it's still brighter than this one. Ultimately, yes. Maybe not that much. This one. This one. Just trying to get an idea for what goes where. Has a neck outline. The farther back we put this, the more of an incline that they're on. So if the head is coming out from there, that means that they're leaned forward fairly heavily. Because I want the other shoulder to come out here. I want the arm to be like this. Because I want to be holding a torch or something in this hand. So one of the more important contexts to understand about value theory, right, is that you will only see detail in the opposite of the maximum range, right? And by that I mean is, if you are in a bright room, the things that are all bright are going to get washed out, right? Because everything is kind of higher brightness. And so with that information, all of our details and stuff in this darker scene are going to come in the kind of the light, kind of the dark. What I mean by that is, if you are holding an apple, right? All the color details are going to be on the opposite side of the light, because on the side with the light, it's all going to look pretty bright, right? There's a better way to explain this. Let me see if I can find it. Washouts. Maybe just look for like an apple under a spotlights. Here you go. I can just put this in Pure Wrap, actually. So if we look at this image of an apple, right? You might think to yourself, oh, obviously in the light we're seeing all the details, right? But you gotta remember, the part that's in light kind of all just looks like one shape, right? We have the shape for the highlight, we have the shape for the plate, we have the shape for like this reflection, right? You can't really see a ton of the details because they're washed out. In the shadows and in the midtones, we're seeing a lot of the detail of where things are occurring, right? We see this reflection for the light, we see this change in hue shift, right? All the colors are in the darkness, right? Similarly, if you have a room that's mostly dark, like intense dark and low light, all of the light parts are going to have the changes in the hue and like the changes in the details and the values, right? Because all the parts that are dark are going to be so dark they're one shape. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. So we always want to make a huge, like, we want to take advantage of midtones and whatever the opposite side of the color spectrum is, right? So right now, with these, the opposite side of the color spectrum is brightness, right? And we can play around with that. Like with the thumbnail I did on the left, I played around with that by making the biggest shape really like big and white and bright. And so I kind of flipped it by making the main character darker on a whiter background, even though the kind of the main composition is quote unquote darker in context. it ended up not really being like that because we never want to use pure white as a thing. So when I made this background really dark, it ended up just becoming a light background instead. Ito bleh. It just kind of happens sometimes. You should always go wherever you feel the thumbnail is taking you. You should never, ever, 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 ever feel like you're trapped doing one thing. So, that being said, because the background is going to be dark, and I want to keep that in mind. And I want to keep the darkness this time because last time I didn't do a great job of keeping it. This time I want to do a little bit of that maintaining of the values. So where is my light going to be coming from? First of all, we got to make sure all of these shapes disappear into the darkness, right? So we're going to get our soft round, we're going to grab our dark, and we're going to blend a little bit. Same thing with these edges around here. We want to blend them all out. What is our source of light in this cave? It's going to be this torchlight that we have. So anything opposite to the torchlight, shape-wise, is going to be blended out. It's going to fade into the darkness. Same thing down here underneath the arm. This is not catching light, and therefore it fades away. Right? Now we're going to take something that is dark, which is the head. Because remember, the head stays kind of in the middle here. We want to think about really bright white as our eye source, right? And then on the other side, we're only going to draw a little bit of the eye. Basically, whatever would be catching the light, we're going to blend out. So we want to create our side here, and then we want to come in with our soft round and add light to this side. We played around a little bit with it. Because we don't necessarily want this to be blurry. What we want is we want that as the shape goes from being in light to shadow, we want it to go ahead and start just like easing out. Oh, it's raining. Look at that. That's crazy. Rainy day. I hope it doesn't knock over any of my plants. But we'll deal with that with like a smaller brush or something. And similarly, the antennas are dark in shape or whatever. We can go ahead and I'm going to cheat a little bit here. Just use like a brighter one. We still want it to be darker than what we have, but we can use a brighter than black sort of a deal. And then we can add a darker side to it. And maybe some highlights. And I am cheating just a teeny bit because I'm using a brush that has fall off pressure. And according to the character detail, not 100% sure what the hands are like. Looks like they're not super thought out. You can see this even in the reference, by the way. The highlights are just like these highlight shapes, right? Because all the detail is in the mid-tone. And I want to definitely try and grab some more harder edges for this. And the fluff is going to catch different sections as it recedes into darkness. Similarly, this whole section is going to kind of blend together. So we can get a little bit of the airbrush one that I was using, the soft round. I'm going to grab this and come in here and darken it up. And that's going to make those light spots stand out a little bit more. We're going to want to refine these shapes that are in the light. So remember, the side that's going to have the light hitting it is going to be the one that gets the refinements. And the side that doesn't get the light hitting it is not going to get as much. I am getting way too into the details, right? So don't be like me, be better than me. Yes, be better than me. That should be your goal. Your goal should not be to become me. Your goal should be to be better than me. Always aim above where you're going. And I'll come in later with some of the more detail and add more darkness to this, right? Because I want it all to kind of blend into this shape here. But we're following the things, right? We started with shapes, right? I kind of had an idea of what I wanted, and so I did like the cave shape. And once I saw something, I hope to be 40% strong. No, be better. Please be better. Random shapes. Once it look like a thing, we're gonna refine the shape, right? So right now we are refining the shape and adding darkness. I cast darkness on the dragon. Don't be afraid of really getting in there with the brush. You want the side that's not getting the light to really disappear into that shadow. Using context clues for the shapes. Remember, lines aren't real. The only thing that is real is the contrast that they create. Making their arm too big. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to knock this shape back, right? Nothing is preventing me from knocking this shape back to where I think the hand should be. Just kind of painting through that. Get the transparent brush. We can do a little bit of going through, making things blender. Why am I getting the transparent brush? Just because, hey, how's it going? It is. Hey, Black Tea, welcome, welcome. We're doing thumbnails. What's it called? Kit asked for like a flowchart on how to do thumbnails. So unfortunately, a flowchart for how to do thumbnails is kind of just like a grocery list. You kind of check off every step until you're done. It's less of like you get to decide what happens where, right? It really just is do this, then this, then this, then this. Because a lot of it is heavily like not locked, but like it's definitely behind a lot of what's it called? It is behind like thinking about form and shadows and shapes, and like really just do silhouettes practice, and it'll make your thumbnails like 1,000% more cohesive. Grayscale studies are really good for thumbnails because they get you thinking about big shapes, and you want to be thinking about big shapes. This entire time, I'm not getting closer to my screen, right? I am not getting close. I'm staying at the same distance. Remember, the distance you want to be is when you hold your thumb like halfway between with the screen and your eye. It's about the size of your thumb or thumbnail, right? It depends. That's about the size you want to stay at because you want to be able to see all of it at the same time. And at the same time, I'm looking at the stream because I'm looking at, okay, which one of these is going to stand out better, right? Right now, I'm still liking the first one. The first one has a lot more contrast. I'm just saying. But that's why we're working on this, right? We're still on the first class on what we're doing for this. So why did I use the transparent brush? Because I got distracted immediately. It's because it's going to give me a lot more leeway when it comes to like blending shapes but in the background. So I don't have to worry about like ugly shapes that don't make sense too much. I'm glad you like it. Like I was telling Kit, what's it? The after 15 minutes move on is basically just an out. You don't have to be trapped drawing something you don't like. Spend as long as you want on something or as little as you want on something. This shape is going to be way more. So I don't know a lot about Bumble. I don't know that there's a lot of detail. But there's definitely what's it called? I'm also not too worried about the like exact forms because I noticed that the head's a little different than what I'm doing, and I'm doing all this stuff. Yeah, we're gonna go full. This is art fight stuff. We'll do you, and then I'll probably do maybe Moid or somebody tomorrow. I don't know. I haven't gotten any attacks yet, so I don't have to do any revenge yet. So just keep going. You want to make something look like it's bright? Make it the brightest thing. Straight up, right? If I want to make this brighter, I can do this and make it super bright. It's a bit too much, but we'll work on it for now. And we'll knock it back a couple of bits because this is now white hot. Right? I'll probably run it through some transparent stuff. I like this color. Probably refine the shape a little bit more. Remember, fires always get smaller towards the top. They never get bigger towards the top. transparency is going to give me the color that I want. Yes. Actually, it should be towards the outside. I already like where the second thumbnail is going. There's a ladybug grooming itself in my fingers. I can only text with one hand. Aww. So gentle. Also, the brightest part of the fire is the middle. So you want to do the outside as being darker. We want to separate this foreground bit from that bit. First, I wanna mess with this because these antennas have been kind of that size forever, and I don't like that too much. Ultimately, antenna don't matter too much in the sense that that's too big. Again, I'm cheating a little bit when it comes to this thing brush, but I'm getting really into it. It's just, I find it more and more. Hey, how's it going, Roll? Welcome, welcome. Sahikit, sorry, I'm a little distracted. You missed it. Automod got somebody. They're trying to evade bans. Oh shit. I'm not sure if they have, it looks like they have black hands. So we're going to do the same thing as we're doing with this. I do want to grab a highlight. Because I want to add this kind of fluff color. The hands, because I want to show depth in the hand. Specifically, I want to show that there's a sleeve going on. And this blends out as we go to the left. We have some depth going on, and again, I want to blend all of these things together. Especially this. I want this to be way more of like the grabbing onto the rock. I want it to blend into that shape. I'm not getting a ton of the exact shape that I want. So I want them to be like climbing. So I don't know if maybe I have to change the perspective. What the deal is. Have them look like they're more leaned over. You can get some stalagmites and stalactites coming from the ceiling in the background. Probably might even be able to get them with this. And we're gonna run them around the edges. Spring abandon everything you're doing on roll. Post dog pics in the DZ. Wait, what? They did? Oh, I wanna see. I wanna see the dog pics. General? Oh, she's such an old lady. Also, she looks very fit. What are you talking about? When you said the dog was fat, I was worried that they were gonna be like a tube, like an actual round tube or something. But no, I think they look healthy enough. Okay, I'm actually gonna do something maybe a bit strange. Well, I don't think I need to. I can just do this. We're gonna blend this around so it looks more conical in shape. And we're gonna darken them slightly based off of left round. Dog size standard, exactly. Standardized dog. The fitness gram pacer test. Okay, so for this one, I didn't even really change my brush size too much. It gives me kind of the idea of what I wanted. And I'm not 100% sure about the hand, but if I wanted to, I could fix that later on. Cool. All right, so we move on to the last one. And for the last one, I'm going to do more of like a just figure. So I'm thinking instead of doing like the whole painterly background like I was doing, I'm just going to come in and I'm going to draw some anatomy or something. Do some thumbnails, right? Right, and then there should be another step at the end of this, right? Don't know, I don't know, don't even know the race, but after 8 to 10 kilometers of a slow walk, the dog is always out of breath. Since he is kind of chunky, to trim down a bit. You always check the sides, right? If you have a straight shape from the rib cage to the hips, the dog is a little bit overweight, right? If you have a little bit of a tuck in from the rib cage to the hips, then the dog's fine, right? The dog has no problems. If you can see the rib cage without like pressing onto it, then the dog is a little underweight, right? It's harder on a black dog for sure, but you should basically just be able to look at them and not see rib like movements in the fur, rib undulations in the fur. So if I were to look at Maha right now, hello baby boy, he is pretty healthy size. Oopsies, I can't see the ribs. He's got a gap, or like a little bit of a dip when I look at it from above. Belly is white belly. Well, no, they have they're like a speckled, right? Let me see. Let me see again. I mean, they look like a healer. Not 100%. They definitely look like some sort of a healer mix, because the face isn't necessarily a healer, but the coat pattern does seem to be something that you see with stuff like that. All right. So, and then so the final stage is to iterate, right? Generally, when you have stuff like this, right? Sometimes it's a decent idea to like iterate on the subject, right? And by that I mean it's probably a good idea to like, let's all look at Maha right now. Pick one that you really like moving forward, or pick one that maybe you like the idea of, but you didn't kind of quite get the concept right? So for example, with the one I did for Zworm, right? I decided that I liked the concept of this one here the most, but I didn't really like the pose, and so I went down and did a couple more, and I ended up going with this one in the end. So with this one, I'm not gonna lie to you, I pretty much decided immediately that I'm gonna do this one, right? This one's just my favorite personally. I don't know if Black Tea, if you have a personal favorite, it's up to you, I suppose. But I am going to iterate on this one just because I like the idea of like a character jumping through and stuff like that, but it didn't quite hit when I drew it there, so try that again. Gives me a bit more of a chance to like get better at the character's anatomy, get, you know, a little bit more of the shape language. So there's never a problem doing extra stuff, especially if you're trying to really like solidify an idea. Okay, so like I think that maybe I'm gonna have them do like a run. You saw me do this a lot with first one, the jumping one also sparks joy. You saw me do this a lot with what's it called? The thumbnails for the emotes, if you were there and watching the context. kind of like this idea that they're like a courier or a messenger or something. And sometimes they might get chased by something that maybe they don't want to be chased by. We're getting a little off screen with that, but that's okay. We can grab it with a lasso tool and just shape this in the same direction. I'm using the wrong lasso tool. Was the third Zormtona based on either Pan or Baphomet? I don't know. The third Pan, I was just like, I said, what if Zorm wanted to live deliciously? And straight up, that was the only thought process that I put into it. And I was like, let's give him some scary satyr horns and make him more monstrous. I think I added a little bit more. No, I didn't make the horns any different. But it was definitely more like hooves and like that kind of ancient stuff. Back to watching it in phone and doing chores. Yeah, good luck on the chores. Back to Messenger. Did I add lore? I don't know. I can't read. You may have added lore and I just wasn't paying too much attention. I'm adding way too many things here. It's not clear that this is the antenna. It's not clear that these are all like shock responses. So I need to narrow my focus. Same thing here. Let's make this a little bit more clear because I need to make sure that this character stands out shape design wise. There's my reference. There's my reference. I really like the dandelion look that the edge, the rings of the character have. Sometimes I wish I could read you guys. I feel like I wouldn't miss out on nearly as much lore. Bag is not coming across as terribly clear. Fix that where I can. It's definitely going for a dandelion look and not just bullshitting. No. I didn't say it was intentional. I just said I like the dandelion look it has. So I want to make this look like antenna. So I want to make the ends slightly thicker. We're getting a tangent here, so I'm just going to pull this shape that I have for the arm. I'm going to pull it up and over. I'm going to just like emphasize the ambient occlusion that happens down here. So that it's clear that this is in front of that. And then we're going to make sure that we're pulling towards some center. So I want to grab here. Because I don't want to cause confusion with the lines of like the speed lines, right? I want it to be clear that these are lines caused by the fabric folding through. To that end, I'm going to add some more folds and creases here, increase the ambient occlusion, and make sure these lines stand out when it comes to the character design. Because right now it's kind of getting a little lost. I want to make sure it doesn't get lost. Looks like they have a little pocket also. And most importantly, they have this cute little fold over. It's a little bit better for sure. I'm to grab this crease in the wrinkle here, because this is also going to be another pinch point as it comes back and down and over. And then we can kind of erase around here, have the speed lines come through again. And if I was smart, I'd shade these in to be a different value. Something like that. Maybe we do have the sweat lines coming down the side. No, I think that's a bit too much. We can't have them coming up here though. So I think that's going to be just out of range of what is excessive. Miserable before I saw that Sprung is drawing my little guy. Aw, wait. I'm scrolling up. I missed so much because I was so focused on drawing. How the face is squished into the fur when running. I really wanted to catch because I saw a couple of other attacks on Bumble, and they tend to like separate the head from the fluff. So I think it's really cute when the fluff becomes like this lion's mane. Gambling, haha. Gambling stream is Friday. I don't think there's anything we can do to gamble. Chicken yum. Okay, so that's actually a really cute design. Let's see if we can do another one and have it more of like a background interactive thing. So I kind of want what's it called? A mountain aesthetic, right? So ignore the fact that I'm still drawing on the thumbnail we just finished. And I want to do like another mountain kind of aesthetic. And that's going to be kind of like climbing down the mountain, right? Because sometimes they probably have to get to some interesting places when they have to do stuff. So I do kind of like the shape. So here I might do some lasso fill stuff for values and stuff. So let's grab a background color. I'm gonna grab this because I want it to be the sky color. And then I want to grab the mountain shape. I want the mountain shapes to be like in the background sort of a deal. Perhaps that's a bit too light. Okay, gonna work out. Bye, have fun, team. Make sure Maho is ready to be stolen. It's not gonna be stolen. Ladybug is moving. Nice. You guys have a good time. Getting some rock shapes in. This is going to be the closest section, so I want it to be. Let's turn the opacity to 50. Draw some clouds further in distance. So now we can draw a character that's gonna to stand out a little bit. I want to grab like this color because I know it stands out on both. And I want to grab, I want to do simple shapes where we can. Arms get bigger as we go back. Add a little bit of opacity so that the background arm is smaller than the foreground arm. Same thing with this leg, actually. I want this to be the foreground arm. Your foreground leg, sorry. %. Oopsies. Actually, I want to grab a lighter color for the mane so that we can really make the head pop out. And then we want to get that package shape. Great. So, really focus on stuff. Looking at chat, nothing new. Everyone's kind of also sucked into it. So this is an interesting way to look at. So I remember Kit was telling me a couple of days ago, why don't you just do the color fill hack to do stuff? Realistically, this one didn't take me too much longer than this one, right? And I have, how much faster I did do it, right? Because I already have kind of an idea of what I'm doing for the character. So it's not a super fair comparison. And it's just the same thing, and in some places it's faster, right? But it's not that much faster. I wouldn't say it's like incredibly speedy or anything. Roxanne? Someone drew rocks? Are you, what the hell? That was like literally one day. I literally posted it 4 hours ago. What do you mean someone drew Roxanne? It's been less than 8 hours. What are you talking about? You're lying to me. I fight people I feel different. Oh my god. Did I check out? Can I see that on my art fight? Oh, there's 5 settings. Attacks. Someone has attacked me. Nice. Aw, it looks lovely. Mackie 3 Mac. Nice. It looks really cute. Let me see if I'll do a revenge probably. Maybe tomorrow or something. I don't know. It is crazy. What they got? They got someone named Widona. Looks like a wizard of some sorts. I like this one. This one's cool. You guys can't see what I'm seeing. I trained whimsical outfits. Okay, with other characters. Baron. I always like the silly like emote ones. They're fun. Like I like a lot of kids' characters because they have like the silly like smug face. Scary faces? Nice, very cool. Looks like they like Widona the most. But I like this one. We don't do a lot of descriptions from what I can see. Oh, Hogwarts. Ooh. Perhaps I don't. I'll do a revenge, but I don't know necessarily. We'll see. I'm always concerned drawing Harry Potter stuff. It is very nice. I like the curliness to it. To mention the Hogwarts thing a lot. It's just one of those things, you know. My face scrunched up. I can't find the descriptions sometimes. I'm like, what the hell? What am I doing here? Alright. Last little bit I want to draw is I actually want to draw like a monster character. I'm sorry. I'm using the wonderful and cute little Bumble to draw like some sort of criatura. I really want more of a droopy shape to this. There's a bit of a problem that I'm having right now is with the perspective. Because right now it looks like we're looking up at it because we can see a lot of the bottom of that. So I'm going to erase and start again. Monster Fire, if you please, if you dare. And the reasoning behind this is that perhaps there's a bit of I want to draw a big bump. Yeah, like that. That's more like it. I'm going for like a Shetland cattle sort of like creature. I'm gonna draw some horns. Just some weird horn shapes. And I feel like we have what's it called? Bumble sitting up here on top with maybe the leash or the reins. My hand is free. Just sat the ladybug down on the window and hope she'll survive. I've been nurturing this thing since the morning. I hope the ladybug is fine as well. Very kind of you to take time out of your day to make sure that they're okay. Especially since so many people are like really like, so apparently there's like this big racist thing about ladybugs, at least in the States, where they're like, oh, the ladybird is terrible. It's killing your crops. It's setting fires to babies. It's like doing all these terrible things. And it's like, there's actually no species difference between a ladybug and a ladybird. Except for the fact that some people think that ladybird beetles come from China, which is just factually incorrect. You really gotta sell how big the creature is. So we're gonna put Bumble here. I haven't changed the pose too much. I've been drawing them from the same perspective every time. It just happens to line up that way. The only times when I don't are just like these two kind of, and this one. This is an all ladybird sanctuary. I've heard people say that it's an invasive species, it's okay to kill them. It's like, nah, I'll pass actually. Yeah. You see, that's like the thing, right? It's functionally not really any different from a ladybug. It behaves almost exactly the same. But because it's not actually invasive, like it's literally just like the same species of beetle. This is getting really confusing down here in the legs, so I might change that. I also might just not do it, unfortunately. I've been wanting to draw some like monstrous creatures for a while now. Ideally, I think I'd have more like this cape or this fur coming down, right? So we have a little bit of this design. And so that could be like a cultural thing, like not necessarily to black tea, right? Not necessarily for Bumble, like a cultural thing for Bumble, but this animal could be like a rental or a loan or like something that they've borrowed to get to the location that they need to deliver their thing. And so having this as like, yeah, we get a little bit of environmental storytelling because the animal has some traits that don't belong necessarily to Bumble, but because Bumble is this deliverer that goes to other places, we can have creatures and environmental storytelling that tell like Bumble's somewhere else. Bumble's not where they're usually found or whatever. And I swear to God, if anyone says the horns are too big, I'm going to. And of course, we can paint this and do the background and everything. Oh, let me scroll up. When I first found it this morning, it could only use 2 legs and it couldn't tuck its wings. Wet cotton swab and sheer determination got those wings in again, and after eating some peach, it started to walk almost normal again. Nice. I need this rental. I need to get this criatura to get to work. Urgently needed. Help looking for criatura. He is preparing it for the to fight Black Tea versus Ladybird. It's the in top form, otherwise it wouldn't be able to fight with honor. Perfect size. Also remind me of Ginger. Wait, who's Ginger? This one's a little bit small. Oops. Okay. I want to give it a black nose. It's kind of like a mix between Appa and some sort of dog. Oh my god, what are the odds? The Avatar song music starts playing as soon as I finish the creature that reminds me of Appa. Scripted, it's scripted. We got Rush in the DJ booth right this instant. He's doing a lot of the clips and stuff. Don't worry about it. Okay, cool. It does look like Appa, yeah. Ginger root. Oh, yeah. That could be a thing too. It's also a pretty important root in a lot of cultures, especially like Eastern cultures. Ginger is like this medicinal root almost. It's kind of a cure-all in the sense that it does actually have a lot of antioxidants, but it's also just like classically a cooking tool that they've had for forever. Hey, cool. This is a thumbnail. I shouldn't be drawing anymore, other than the fact that I just really like this sketch. So I like this little fella. I like this little fella quite a bit. I'm gonna use context clues and direction to add a lot of shading here. Nice. All right, cool. So now Hana's supposed to play live only for you. Ginger, to place spice after salt. You think so? I'm still garlic. I think garlic is the number 2 spice after salt. Just me personally. Okay, now comes the difficult part, because I've made a lot of things here that I really like, and I have no idea which one I actually want to draw. So number 2 spice is pepper. Isn't roll also German? In everything ginger, onions, and like 70% of my meals. Wow, that's crazy. I don't use ginger nearly as much as I should. I basically only use it when I'm doing ramen or I'm doing sushi, right? And I haven't made those in forever. There's this running gag that Germans only use salt and pepper. Have you gotten to try what's it called? Honey mustard yet? You should go and buy some honey mustard, Blackie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still on the first one. I think I'm gonna go with this one as what I'm gonna paint for the art fights thing. Maybe I'll bring this guy back for something else because he's cute. I like him. But we'll probably do some other things because Bumble mounted on top of it really obscures a lot of the silhouette, I feel. Ginger and scrambled eggs. Ginger and scrambled eggs? As it turns out, there's no vegan honey mustard yet. Wait, so my question is, do you consider honey as vegan or not? Broadening my horizons, but also scaring me. Are you an egg enjoyer, Black Tea? I know some vegans are egg enjoyers. Honey is not vegan. Okay. Why? So that's like a weird standard question. Yeah, because this one down here, I don't think they're big enough. I grab them. Do I like it anymore if I make this bigger? I kind of like that actually. Like, I'm not against it. It's not bad. Because from my understanding, because I have a friend who's vegan, right? Is that something is considered vegan is if the animal is not harmed through the process of what's it called? Collection, right? So chickens, you can kind of go yes or no on it. It depends on how the chicken is taken care of, right? If the chicken is naturally taken care of and you just harvest the eggs, it can be vegan, right? Because you're not like forcing the chicken to produce more eggs than it needs to. You're just kind of collecting whatever it makes. Often replace it with industrial sugar. Does not provide the bees with the nutrition they need. It's like okay. So it is for you. Veganism is a moral thing, right? So then, would you be interested in finding a vegan alternative, right? Because with bees, right, there's a lot of like small producers, right? Especially in Europe. Like if you are in Europe, 9 out of 10 times, there's like a local person who has bees, right? And so there's this one video that I watched of a guy in the UK. His name is Just Alex. I love his videos. Not because he's like particularly good at anything or he's like a whatever. He's just kind of like documenting his life as he goes about trying things, right? He just makes a bunch of vlogs about interesting things, like starting a garden, learning to take care of bees. You know, he turned his van into a camper and hiked around and like camped around Europe for a year, right? He learned like documented learning how to ski and stuff like that. And so he has on multiple of his videos gone and connected with like other beekeepers who are incredibly moral about the way they do things, right? In the sense that they're basically just like, it's just the honey straight from the hive without doing anything, right? If you're talking about like whipped sugar, because sometimes they'll use like an icing paste during the winter to make sure that the hive has enough carbohydrates to get through the winter. Not because it's been a bad year or anything, but sometimes it's just a bad winter. And it keeps the hive at healthy levels until they get through. And it's perfectly okay, by the way, 100% okay, if you just are not interested in finding a vegan alternative, right? If you just don't enjoy honey that much and you don't see it as a particular thing that you want to like look after, I understand that as well. Because I do know there's lots of like vegan alternatives for honey, specifically as a moral dilemma, right? If you're looking at it as like, is it an animal product? That's less of a thing. It is an animal product. So, but I know vegans who, what's it called? Drink milk because they have a cow. 20,000 town. But to be fair, I don't know if they are gentle with their bees. It can depend. A lot of these more recently, you can always go and talk with them, right? That's kind of the big thing about being in the community, right? Is reaching out and talking about their process, going through it, right? Because a lot of these people do beekeeping because they just really enjoy it, right? And it just kind of happens that when the bees make a ton of fucking honey, right? So when Just Alex, the YouTube channel is Just Alex, when the first year of him doing beekeeping with just like one hive, he ended up having so much honey. He gave away like a ton of it, but it was like a couple of gallons of honey. So he gave away a lot of it to friends and family and like a couple of it to YouTubers. He kind of just gave some away for free too. Like it was just more honey than they were ever gonna like use in the year. So I think a lot of people see beekeeping as an interesting hobby, right? And it's not sports. There, you lost me. That's fair. That's fair. And there's a lot of social anxiety around that. But there's also like a lot of like local beekeepers who will have like Instagram posts and stuff like that, and you can message through that sort of thing, or just look at their process or videos. In a world that's like become increasingly standardized to share your hobby, there's a lot of people who are really keen on sharing their hobby. So you're not as out of options for finding out what's going on as you used to be. It used to be, yeah, okay, so there's a lot of people who are maybe not doing the best on an industrial scale. But now it's never become easier to connect with more like independent, quote unquote, business owners. So it all depends. But that's a lot of effort. A lot of effort just to try honey mustard. Cause you gotta get the honey musty, put the honey musty on the knives. Hey, that's enough of that. Alright, I'm gonna go with this one. To be fair, I don't like honey mustard, but cause I don't enjoy mayo? Wait, what? Where did mayo come into it? Why is there mayonnaise in your honey mustard? There's something different going on. I feel like you should be concerned about something a little bit different. If there's mayonnaise in your honey mustard. Because as far as I'm aware, it should just be honey and mustard, right? I'm mainly using agave syrup since it won't cost me an arm and a leg buying from a local responsible beekeeper. Not sure where the next one even is. Is even probably. And in the end, I never do know if the bees really get proper care since I won't be there for the entire time. That's fair. For me, that's kind of just like, I'm willing to trust someone who seems very passionate about what they do, right? Because if they're very passionate about their beekeeping, they're one, a lot of people get into the hobby because they really enjoy the prospect of taking care of the animals, less than like making money. Because you're not really going to make a ton of money. You're just going to get a lot of honey. You're not going to be able to sell for like a huge profit margin, realistically. So that's my barrier is much lower than yours. As far as like, I'm willing to trust people. Because they seem like they love what they do. And if it comes up that they're not, I'm like, that's a shame. I gotta find someone else. As far as the agave syrup, you should try that then. Agave syrup and mustard, I'm sure that tastes really awesome. I don't miss it because it was never a huge part of my nutrition anyway. That's fair. I think the first time I tried honey, I was like, this is a weird taste. And the more I tried it, I was like, honey. So it really depends. This is the owie, isn't it? Owie. I do it every time. If you find a good place, then go get the honey. That's fair. That's why what I really want to make. I want a house where stuff like that, right? I want to be able to grow plants because I have my little garden on my patio. I don't know. Have I shared pictures of that? I feel like I shared pictures of that, but I may not have. But yeah, I want to do gardening stuff like in a more like I like garden and plants and stuff. So I want to do that, and then what's it called? I want to have bees. I want to do some beekeeping. I want to make some mead. I want to brew beer. Let's go! Alcohol. Honey's not even here anymore. First step, house. Second step, beekeeper business. I just like having hobbies, you know? I also want to like grow some bamboo. I think that'd be a lot of fun. At least the steps are quite easy to achieve with almost no cost involved. Sure. Oh man. What a Kappa face. One of the Kappa faces of all time. I'm gonna try doing like a hue value shift with this. Ultimately in the end. Let's see. No cost, no expense, just bees and sprung. There's so many expenses that come with like beekeeping. It's insane. Like you basically gotta give them a new house every couple of years. Sprung, please live in the cost-free escapism passively at least a little. I didn't even say any of those words. No, I'm sorry. Real world's too mean. Real world too harsh. You gotta live in the real world all the time. Lucky that bees are not just bottle flies and you can be in your house for a year instead. Oh my god, there's so many flies that like fly into my apartment somehow and then they just get trapped behind the window. I don't even know like what keeps attracting them in because there's no smells or anything. Everything's put away. I don't know how to draw clouds. I wish I knew how to draw clouds better. Sandwich time. Let's go. I should have a sandwich time. Except instead, I took Mahon a walk and I just ate half of a baguette and I shared it with him. So we each had about a quarter of a baguette. That was our breakfast. He also had breakfast as well. Actually, I do want to cut it off down here. It just gives like a tiny little shape to like bring the viewer back in, right? And makes this feel more like a hill. Because we bring in this more out this way. The half-eaten baguette makes me think of the Maha Piggy-san. Joy, I felt the pump saying it. Maha loves rotisserie chicken day. Okay, so like, cause my mom goes to Costco and it's like, do you have any rotisserie chicken left? And I say no. She buys me a rotisserie chicken. And when I get a rotisserie chicken, Maha gets a rotisserie chicken. And I don't give him a lot of it because it has like higher salt than a lot of things, right? But he does get some of it. He gets a lot more of like the leaner cuts. I'll give it to him. I'll give him the leaner cuts. So you just want like a little bit of a different organic shape. I hope there will be many more rotisserie chicken wings. He also, little rat that he is, look at him. Look at himself like he did nothing wrong. He was sitting there waiting for all of the like bits and pieces from my rotisserie chicken sandwich, which was basically just bread with rotisserie chicken inside of it. He feels zero remorse for begging for that the whole time. And he got so many more pieces. He feels no wrong has been done. And he has not committed any sins. I may have to pause stream. Because it looks like someone's coming in for maintenance. So I'll be back in a bit, probably.
This motherfucker eating beans like immediately.
Phew. Okay, now that Roll's gone, we can talk. No, I'm just kidding. The guy just left. Thank you guys for putting up with the fact that I had to be quiet. um, Filthy toast eater, but I respect bread. Need to rest for today. I hope you have a good one, Roll. You'll feel better. Well, I hope you get some good rest, because I have not gotten very good rest. Where is my Maho Cam? Where is my little Maho Cam? Alright, cool. Yes, we're gonna leave that. Maho did very well. He stopped barking. So we did some training with the guy to be like, okay, you should be quiet. And he was pretty receptive to it, so we're good. But yeah, no, so Bumble's proportions were just wrong. And so I'm moving him to a different, like, layer so that I can easily change the proportions and stuff. I might also do some editing for the cloud stuff. So I'm gonna got his voice back after all left. He's the Messiah. He's not the Messiah. He is the Messiah. I love that movie too much. So my friend said we're walking at 9. I might go to HEB a little early and pick up some cork. Right? Two more than one. He is the Messiah. I'll see if I do that. But yeah, I just want Bumble to be a little bit, what's it called? More accurate to the character sheet, right? And at the moment, I don't have that. At the moment, Bumble is a bit too tall. So I'll probably just end up making him wider. Actually, because making something wider is the same thing as making it shorter. Making something thinner is the same thing as making it taller. Because it's all about the proportional relationship. Unless you stretch something out, then that's a different way to make something taller. Because you're taking one section and just like changing the proportions of it. What's I gonna do? I was gonna send the picture. So this is the cloud picture that I'm trying to like, not like use as reference. But it was such a cool fucking cloud. I wish I could draw clouds like this. Wide Bumble. I don't really know like the breakdown on this, right? So I'm gonna try to recreate it somewhat now. We're gonna practice, right? I have my reference here, and I want to make a cloud like this cloud. So I'm gonna try to break down some important details of it. First of all, what does the outline of it look? I have a very soft shape, right? Now, I might be able to get away with this soft shape, right? It looks pretty nice, all things considered. We soften this up, we get that cloud-like look to it. But it also loses a lot of like the texture of it, a lot of the form. It kind of just looks like it's been artificially smoothed over. It doesn't look light and fluffy from the clouds. Right? It looks kind of just blurry. Concept itself doesn't look too bad from far away, but when we get up close to the details, we're missing a lot of like cloud shape. It just looks like someone put a whole bunch of cotton balls together to make a cloud. Which is really what I did, because I wasn't looking at reference. I didn't have any context for like, what is a cloud really, right? And so I had some like fun shapes that I liked, but at the moment I'm not getting a ton of the stuff that I really want. So I'm gonna do a new layer that's gonna have cloud stuff on it. And we're gonna try some lasso tool drawing, so we can get a lot more of these like nice shapes that we've been getting in other stuff. So let me try to recreate some of the shapes that I see here. And we're just going for the outline. We'll worry about like different layers and like what's in front of something else in a little bit. The moment I just want to worry about just the clean outline. So immediately I'm seeing some differences in what I'm thinking of for shapes and what the... let me grab my stand for my phone. I know, baby boy. I disrupted. Just get my stand for my phone. So just see what I'm doing. If that happened to hold it. It's hard to press my shortcut key and also press my phone at the same time. Shut up, Google. I don't care about your Gemini feature. Cotton, but references popcorn. Exactly, right? Definitely want to try to grab some popcorn reference. So we can kind of carve out these niches. I'm not pressing Alt anymore. It's like this is too big of a shape. I had to stop myself from saying both delicious because what? I don't know. You could have like cotton balls soaked in alcohol. That's probably something I feel like Antonio would eat. You would eat that without shame. No! I mean, I don't think, like, there's probably nothing wrong with cotton. You can probably eat cotton without harming yourself. Well, it might get tangled up in your stomach. Who knows? Probably a doctor. A doctor probably knows. If a doctor tells you don't eat cotton, don't eat cotton. Right? make cotton candy out of it. If you've seen the Now Red video, I haven't seen the Now Red video, but I see so many clickbait titles from him that are like, I turned a soda can into the best soda ever? Question mark. It's like, I know you're lying to me, but it compels me. Not clickbait, it's real to a degree. Of course it's real to a degree. Like, technically it can be considered soda because it's liquid and it's carbonated. Should you drink the soda that's been made out of plastic? No. No, I don't think you should. This weird I turned plastic love into hot sauce video are lying less to you than you think. I made a pure cookie once. The man is a menace in the kitchen. Oh my god. I like the one where what is it? They make chocolate, right? So they get cocoa beans and they do like chocolate from scratch, right? That was pretty cool. Because I've seen the process before. So I kind of knew what to expect going into it. I think they did a pretty good job. The 3D printer one was also pretty fun. I'll watch this stuff every once in a while. It's just not something I do terribly often. He burns them all. Exactly. Turning rather dark. Let's roast it a bit longer. It's in the air fryer. Oh my gosh. There was the one where he did the dehydrated one. I saw the short for it. We made the most Red Bull, the most caffeinated Red Bull in the world or whatever. The short was they turned milk into powdered milk. It was, oh my god. Blech. They dehydrated the milk so they could rehydrate the milk. So they could dehydrate the milk so they could rehydrate the milk. I can't imagine that machine is gonna smell terribly good in a couple of weeks after having all that milk through it. da da da. Da 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 da. Ba ba da ba da ba da da. Ba da 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 da. There's this other guy I forgot that was really funny. That you did like a what's it called? Son of a bitch, what was it? They were like, we're gonna find out how much gold is in the Donald Trump collectible gold coin edition, right? And it's like, ooh, there's like no gold in this. Not a political statement, just interesting. Huh. This is a science channel. We talk about science. Those are the kind of science videos I think are really funny. Because it's people being smug, right? Here's who you never want to piss off. You never want to piss off your chef, your doctors, or your scientists. It's any of those you don't want to have be testy with you. If I'm being honest. I know who they are, but I am interested. I'm pretty sure if you just go to YouTube and type in Donald Trump gold coin, it might pop up, unless it was like removed. You don't want to piss off the Twitch mods. Exactly. I never want to piss off my mod. Not my mods. My mods. My mods. My mods. Bum, bum, bum. I'm hoping that this will at least give me a really nice, clean looking outline, and maybe it'll be a little easier from there. Tommy Technetium is the channel's name. Oh, okay, okay. It sounded like an older gentleman who not like had an axe to grind, but they were definitely enjoying the fact that they could just take the piss out of somebody with science. again. Oh my god. Holy shit. I went to move my camera and the entire thing shifted over. I didn't realize how fragile that was. Well, that scared the shit out of me. Right? Let's do a polyline really quick. I want to make sure this is a straight line-ish. What was that? How consistently blue is the sky? Actually, it's getting darker as it goes up. I completely messed that up. Right, because the horizon spaces. That's why. Okay, because there's more atmosphere interactions. Oopsies. The way around. I like midday sky better. Maybe like this actually. No, that looks unnatural as hell. I'm liking that cloud shape, for sure. Definitely need to change something about the color. Right now I think it's a bit too brown. But it's not a bad neutral tone, so I might use that. Sheep is in popcorn territory now for sure. Seems like a very silly metric. a good place to do like a flowchart for color stuff though. So I'm not too mad at this. Wow. There's a little bit too much uniformity in this. We're just gonna take a step back and add a little bit more differentiation. Cool, let's lay a lock and do a green. So I'm gonna actually use a lot of the tones here. So I kind of want a cooler green for this, right? So my reference image for the cloud has a really nice like low-key feel to it. I kind of want to really grab that like that kind of cooler greenish in the shadow kind of vibe. Let's go ahead and just like implement that by doing this. And the reason why I'm using a texture brush is because this warm brown is still gonna, I want a little bit of it to show through. I want a little bit of it to kind of be wherever it lies. Because what it does is it gives it a little bit of warmth underneath this like cool color. So you get a little bit of depth in color, right? If we put too much of one or the other, right? So if we want it to be mostly cool and we put like 50-50, it's gonna be muddy. But if we add just a little bit of the counter color underneath, we instead get a nice like texture variance, which is what I'm going for here. It is going to be mostly this green color. I want to have a bit of a light touch, right? We definitely want to have the part that's closer to us be a lot more like value heavy on that green. And as we go away, we can kind of like relax on that because it's going to give us this change in value. So towards the edges of the tips, towards the angle going away from the camera, we can relax a little bit of the brush. This back here, I'm going to add a little bit of yellow, actually. It's in the far back. Maybe I'll add a little bit of bright yellow. Oh, it's a good image of grass in the sun. Could be reflecting a lot of yellow, but it's a green, sort of like a yellowish, greenish, warmish color. Like this. That's going to be more in the distance, sort of a look to it. And then this color here. It's going to be something that continues. So you want that to be in the distance. So now we have a little bit of the tones in like lying into it. And definitely add a little bit of value and texture. Hey, welcome back, Antonio. We have audio back. I'm gonna try doing like a what's it called? See what this looks like. Bit too much. Also still a bit too much. Not quite right. This might be good. It's just not bright enough. Here we go. I think this is gonna be fine. We're getting to see these like little pockets of like red and orange down here. Sprung has disappeared. No, wait, I'm here. Sorry. 30 seconds? What? What's going on? Huh? I'll be right back. 3 seconds. What do you mean Sprung has disappeared? I thought I'm here. Is that my audio not coming through? Hold on. Is my audio not coming through? No, it is. Maybe it's a little bit quiet because I'm not right next to the mic. I'm relaxing a little bit. But yeah, you get some of this, like, these nice pockets of like warm orange, especially when we come in with like a glow layer. Phone call. Let's get rid of all those sounds. We don't need them when we're streaming. My audio is gone? Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, right. I forgot to turn my avatar back on. That's crazy. I forgot entirely about that. I turned it off just in case. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to spook you. I don't have any treats to give you. Right? Audio's working, just my presence is gone. My massive throbbing presence is no longer with us. So this is gonna give us a ton of the perspective, right? About how sharp this hill or how steep this hill is. You missed it, Antonio. Earlier we were talking about, we're kind of taking bets on whether or not you would actually eat like a cotton ball that was soaked in alcohol. So not like cotton candy or anything, just like straight up a cotton ball. Not sure how long I'm gonna keep going. Kind of want to at least get the character in and maybe do something with the cloud shapes. I also said you would, so we weren't really like taking bets. We kind of just already believed that you would do that. I think this is gonna be the lights coming down in this direction, right? Oh no! Wow. Likely ban evader restricted. Automod already blocked somebody. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Automod. Just a little bit. Do you see this one also? Or no, it doesn't play in the chat because it's it looks like it's someone who's trying to evade restriction and doing the what's it called? The it's like stream moves, is that a platform or something? Well, there you go. Answer solved, I guess. Yeah, sure. What's the fun fact? Is it an actual fun fact or is it like the fun fact that someone else posted and it was just Americans being shitty on the outer world? That makes me feel sad. You don't know, it could be fun. Doc told me to cut alcohol, so I cut the alcohol bottle. Wah wah. There you go. That's what you get. Not that's what you get. That sounds so rude. But you're telling us about how you're trying to get off alcohol. So I'm glad that you're putting forth the effort. Exactly. I'm glad you're listening to your doctor. There's a lot of people that don't do that. There's what's it? Moob and I know somebody who's like, the weed helps me with my psychosis. And the doctor has told him multiple times, the weed does not help you with your psychosis. It makes it worse. And he's like, I need my weed. I'm like, and we're both just stun locked by this. So I'm glad to hear you're listening to your doctor. Broke a guy's nose today. It was an accident. The guy was in front of the goal. Oh, so like a soccer related injury. A football related injury. Sports are dangerous. I'm glad that they're better though. Like it's not like, it doesn't sound like it's terrible. So that's good. That's a fun fact. I get so confused when people say football though. Really? I do too. Because for me, that means American football for the most part. I think the other end of it is... It's... Yes? Because of all the shapes, but the shapes are going to be different. This would be better served by a texture brush, I think, if I'm being honest. But I'm here already with this brush, so we're using this one. We call you guys' sport American football. So you call it better football. I think you're spelling it wrong still. I think it's just Sylvie Football. We're gonna go with some like pink flowers, because I think pink flowers are pretty cute. Trying to get rounder shapes. So let's do that. Let's do rounder shapes. Another common color is Tack. Oh, Tack! Wow, haven't seen you in a while. Welcome. Oh, sorry, I will stick a yoga ball. So yes, you'll see. From the British are just defending them Americans. Better football. Got back from working in Japan, Chief. Wait. Shoot. I'm trying to remember. Because last time you were here, we talked about that. Like the food, I think, in Japan, right? Can't remember it necessarily 100%. Glad to see you again. How is working in Japan? Did you enjoy it? Did you get your hands on a Nintendo Switch 2 for cheap? I can't remember if it's you or someone else that I know that was doing military, like American military-based stuff. I think last time I was here, you had a viewer from Japan talking. Oh yeah, it was Sek. Sek was here talking to say certain things for them. Nintendo Switch 2 is a scam. It was around Americans for most of it. Nice. I had someone else that I know is also the same thing. They were on a base in Japan, and they're talking about how the barber they have is very different from like, because Japanese barbers don't know how to cut hair that's not Japanese for the most part. That makes sense. Especially for like Americans that have really curly hair or like wavy hair and stuff like that. What are the colors? Blue is a pretty popular color for flowers. They have a different texture to them as well. So they're going to be in like a cone shape. You don't have that problem? Nice. Is it because bald? I know that a lot of people like to go bald because it's way less work. Unintentionally had the Justin Bieber cut since I was 10. Okay, so you just kind of like, you know how to maintain that one yourself. That's fair. I feel like, did I ever have the Justin Bieber cut? Sort of? Not really. I've only ever had like short hair or really long hair. So the growing in between is kind of like a medium stage. If that makes sense. And I only ever had short hair when my dad was cutting my hair or my grandma was cutting my hair. let's just go to my color history and grab the right one. I think that's just valid, honestly. Please. Wow, I didn't mean to do that. Put that back. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Bum, bum, bum. That's color sets. Here's my color history. I would like color history to be much farther up in the list. There? Cool. I can get to my color wheel, and now I can get to my color history. Nice. Let's see, what other flowers might I be interested in drawing here? Well, maybe some posies, or like daisies? I think daisies are a pretty common flower to have. Daisies have more of like a white color to them. So I'm gonna pick something that's slightly off gray, so that when I draw here, it still shows up. I'm gonna change this one also. Now, we could add some visual interests with the character by having the shadow only hit, like, part of them. So that means they would cast a shadow further down. I do want to move them a little bit. So let's do, like, a change on them. Still on the wrong layer. Wow, look at that. So again, we want to make them wider. So that's a little bit more in line with the actual character concepts. And we're going to take them and we're going to move them over here. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and start refining the character now. Just because it's been a hard second. It's been a hot second since I started doing that. I want to get the shapes in. Actually, what am I doing? This one is better for the blocking in. They are basically just a rectangle for the block in. That's probably why I didn't want to do that. Okay, well, again, we are not in the right color. Right. Off a Bieber haircut in the year of our Lord 2025 sure is an achievement. I mean, I'm sure you get a lot of looks that way at least. Oops. I'm getting a message on my Discord. Let me take a look. Uh-oh. What the hell is going on here? Did I post something in here earlier? Oh yeah, the fellas is it gated like women. That's really funny. Is not what's happening. It is a struggle. Okay, hold on. If you have a baby face, it can kind of work. You just look like Justin Bieber, but really muscly. So it saves me. The baby face makes work. There you go. I'd say pulling it off. There you go. So I'm not actually getting the right angle that I want. I do want the character to be like, what's it called? Looking longingly. So we want the head shape to be a little bit more angled upwards. So instead of just like T-posing, they're standing, right? I do want to get some of this gesture of like looking out into the great beyond sort of a deal. How many fingers does Bumble have? I can't actually tell from the reference. If it worked that far, it's good. Exactly. There you go. I don't think if you get a buzz cut in the military, you either didn't really care enough or like you just wanted to be part of the stereotype. Right? I like the flowery hell. Trying to see what I can do about like the pose. Because right now just having them like posted up like that is not doing it for me. I'm gonna assume that like because Bumble's like legs are more on the anatomically insect side, I'm gonna say that they have. I'm gonna guess, I guess, that they have like 3 fingers, like 2 fingers and a thumb sort of a deal. Said anatomically, my my anatomically means like it is more closer in like structure, fundamental structure to this, right? So when I said it's more anatomically closer to a bug, it just means that the structures that you're drawing inspiration from are more insect-like than like human-like. Doing the understanding help me. It has bug hands instead of people hands. That's basically it right there. Spring is having big thoughts about bug hands, basically. Your doctor said no beers. Drink some juice. It's just as bad for you. There's a pocket on this side. That's too busy. I'm gonna take some creative liberty and I'm going to swap where these things connect. So you have it on the right side. I've put them on the wrong side. Press, and if it's going backwards. Let's have some juice, Antonio. I need to get rid of this for a second because it's hard to see what I'm doing. I'm gonna move this shape out of the way. It is a very menacing shape, this one. They can't see what I'm doing in here. I'm looking at this. Vodka is not juice. Vodka, no. Okay, I think once I get the shape for what's it called? For Bumble In, I'll go ahead and stream and Heck no. Spicy juice. No! It's bad for your health. Your doctor said don't do it. I need to answer the question. If the question is vodka is juice, the answer is no. Question is, what's a pansexual and what's gender fluid? Pansexual, I believe, is someone who is attracted to all genders, right? So that it includes the non-standard genders, right? And then gender fluid is someone who may or may not feel like a different gender every single day, right? Bam, nice. You got one right at least. It means that they don't feel like any specific gender and they are attracted to people of any gender. So what attracts them is less the like mechanics and it's more like the person sort of a deal, I think. Maybe talking out of my ass. I'm the only one who came out too, and I'm trying to be supportive by knowing what it is. Oh, that's nice. Why didn't you ask them directly though? I think it's okay to say, I don't really know what that is. I'm happy to support you no matter what it is, and I'm happy to know what your thoughts on it is, because it can mean something different to everybody, right? The clinical definition isn't really as important as what it means to that person, right? because like for trans people, everyone's different, right? I know trans women that are like, just call me a girl. I know some that I feel are more like gender fluid in between sort of stuff. There's some that all over the stuff. So finding out what it means to that individual is a lot more important than knowing what the like technical definition is. And the only reason I bring that up, right, is because there's a motherfucker, Charlie Kirk, I think, right? So this moron has made an entire career out of going around to college campuses, talking to teenagers who aren't really sure who they are themselves, and making like presuming that they are the experts on like whatever he's talking to them about, and just making a big shot of owning teenagers, right? So words don't mean anything. Words mean what people give them meaning. Present by knowing it because my family is very old school and I'm old school too. I'm just trying to learn, but it's so confusing. Yeah. So I think you can definitely merge those two together. You can go back and be like, hey, so from my understanding, it means this and this. Is this what it means to you? If not, or if is, then let me know how I can be supportive of these things, right? And just, you know, make sure that they know that you love them. Like, say the actual words. Because a lot of people are like, yeah, I you know, they know, right? Say the actual words, I think is the big one. Yeah, I'm really proud of you. Especially in like a family that is like old school, it can be hard to be that trustable person. So good for you. Say the words, Antonio. Say them. People undervalue how much it actually makes a difference to say the words "I love you," and instead of just like, yeah, they know, because it makes a big difference. That's fair. See, because okay, that's probably like less of a thing in European countries. In the States, it is awful, especially with like a lot of the quote unquote toxic masculinity stuff, where it's just like a lot of people want an excuse to opt out of having to do the stuff that they don't want to do, the stuff that makes them uncomfortable, right? So everyone has different versions of what toxic masculinity means. But, and then some people use it as a cudgel. Where it's like, anything you don't like, toxic masculinity. Anything I don't like about you, toxic masculinity. Which is also unhealthy. But there's definitely a very unhealthy way that American men go about their day-to-day lives. So... But I'm proud of you for taking that step. So every time I leave it when he stops tweeting. It's true, it's true, it's true. It's just like, especially in these like moments like this, it can be easy to forget. Especially when it's something you say all the time. Or if it's something that you never say, right? It's easy to forget to follow up the, hey, I may not know exactly what this means. I learned about it and it means this. And if this is what it means to you, I'm happy to support it. And if it doesn't, I'm happy to support it. Whatever it means to you necessarily. Because I love you, right? You're an important member of my family and I want to be there for you as much as I can. What's toxic masculinity? Because y'all Americans make so much drama and new things. So for me, it's kind of like, it's a conformity culture for me, right? Because that's how I was affected by it, right? You have to conform to what it means to be socially a man, right? And for a lot of men who conform to this and are then told, oh, that's bad. Being toxically masculine is bad, right? And that's that big machismo kind of like punch people and get into fights sort of man, right? The other half of society tells them they're bad for that. And then one half of society basically says you're not worth anything unless you're this type of man. And the other half of society says that this type of man is really bad for your culture and for your well-being. And a lot of men in America are caught between this rock and a hard place where it's impossible to be anything, right? But it's not manly to say something about it. It's not manly to talk about your feelings. It's not manly to make us think about it. So a lot of American men, just especially young men, keep quiet about it and let this stuff fester in their minds instead of talking to someone about it, right? Because at the end of the day, on a person-to-person basis, it's easy to be vulnerable with someone you trust. But when you're surrounded by a culture that tells you you should never ever show weakness, I think that's not good. But at the same time, the other half of the society is also just like, if you are not someone we think is strong enough, we're not going to waste our time with you. So it's kind of, it's a weird place to be in America, where if you're a man, you're expected to do everything and not be able to talk to anyone about it. Exactly. To be a man is to, be yourself, right? If it's something that means that you can protect someone, right? If you can take a hit for somebody else, you should, right? But I think that's a human thing, right? There's not really any masculine traits or feminine traits. There's nothing like, oh, being a man means this or this or this. Everything means something different to everyone else. Words are whatever we give them meaning, right? To me, I like to knit. I like to draw stuff. I like to do things. I have a whole bunch of traits that are traditionally not masculine. I don't think it makes me any less of a man. Right? That sort of stuff becomes more of a dichotomy with, what's it called? Doing nails and I'm a mechanic, boxer, and alcohol. That's fine, right? But there's a huge culture in America about you get social points by making someone else feel like they're less. There's just like a huge culture in America where dunking on people is how you get ahead in life. So it's just not great, because it feeds into the rest of our culture, right? And then a lot of our culture does a lot of victim blaming, right? I was listening the other day about a fuel pump, right? A woman had gotten out of her minivan to put gas in her car. Her kids were stayed inside the car. As she was getting out, another elderly person on the other side of the pump kind of just like was setting up as well. They hit the gas and the car goes flying into the gas station pump. There is no guardrails because the gas station was not mandated legally to have those to protect stuff. The pump falls over, is exposed to wires as gasoline rushes out, pressurized onto this woman, lights her on fire. The kids get out of the car, run, scream for help, ask the person to turn it off, pushes the emergency stop on the pumps, doesn't actually do anything because the company mislabeled the buttons. They go and they get a fire extinguisher and try to put it out, but it doesn't do anything, and their mother just passes away because of this. And then, after all this is said and done, the news media tries to frame this on the woman who crashed the car into the gas pump should have to pay for all of the funerary fees, all of the everything, all that stuff, instead of the gas station that could have prevented this by building towards a better regulation. Because they paid the media to blame the other person who did a really normal like vehicle failure. The amount of times people I've gotten in the car with will start the car and they'll press accelerate instead of reverse is crazy, right? This is just something that happens when you're driving a car. It's a mistake. It's an accident. So our entire society is built around blaming the victims. A grape society, right? Wouldn't last in any German or French school. Well, sort of. If you bully them, you'll be high on society. I don't know about that. I feel like an American wouldn't last in German or French school. I agree. But it's because they get suspended for stabbing a kid. Because I basically got suspended for almost stabbing a kid. Yeah. Hidden sprung lore. We're not going to talk about that though. We're going to move on. We got other stuff to do. Sure, right? But like in schools, like the amount of violence in schools, I think is the highest in American schools. I'm sure they would get suspended very quickly. American schools, the only thing that high school is pew-pews. Those are just the ones that make the media, right? Especially in Lower East Side schools, there's a lot of gang violence that happens in high schools. So like when I say Lower East Side schools, it's like schools that are underfunded, especially in like high density cities, tend to have a lot of street violence and like drug problems. My friend, for example, was basically forced to deal drugs in middle school, right? Because local gangs. My friend has also been stabbed because he's from like a rough neighborhood. It's not great, and I don't really want to play who has it worse, right? I think we should do away with all of that stuff completely, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that this happened poorly to someone else or whatever. I think the best option is for it to not happen, right? I don't believe that violence should be the answer to things. And I hate the fact that in real life, I'm not fairly prone to violence, but historically I've been fairly prone to violence. What is the eye shape here? We're going for a very triangular shape. And right now I don't have a triangular shape. The triangle leans more back this way. No, but anger issues run in my family. I might have ended getting kicked out of a few schools. Yeah, no, that's understandable, right? I think that there is not like an epidemic, but I think people highly undervalue just like therapy and more social systems that encourage the youth to do more positive things, right? I think that's just something that we've been lacking culturally, like across the globe for a long time. Because we've moved away from like the tribal relationship sort of thing, right? You want to give Maha a treat, but you want to gamble on Friday. So many options, right? Just throw away your points. What are they good for anyway? There's nothing in the future, right? It's been so funny, right? Because we playing Peak a lot, right? Especially with my friends. And how do you say it? Whenever we die in Peak, it just becomes give baby. Okay, I actually have to go stand up and get him a new treat. Because the ones are up. Here you go, baby boy. I know. I just needed to see the dog move. What are you? Some kind of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yeah, let me pull up the treat bag one here. Because it is empty at the moment. Oh my god, it's 6. I should get going. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish up the pose here and see how it stands. Maho, you're not getting any more treats. No one has paid for the treat bag. Look at him. He's standing up. He's expecting more treats. Look what you guys have done. You conditioned him to want more. He's no longer satisfied with his lot in life. That's it. No more. No more treats. Oh, baby boy, I know. Mwah. You need a bath. I'm gonna give you a bath this weekend. Maho, if I give you a treat now, a steak will be even further away. No, nonsense. There's no need. You believe that, Maho? They don't want to give you a treat. I'll save points for us to give him another. How about this? How about we do a quick game of Street Fighter, right? We'll do a ranked online match. One so that you guys can get a feel for how well I play. So that way when you're betting, you can make some informed decisions, which I'm sure you guys do. So here's the thing, if you gamble as a mod, you cannot get a payout, right? So what that means is if you gamble as a mod, you cannot control the decision. So I don't know what that means necessarily, but I'm going to take it as meaning is that I'll just start it while we're in the practice match or practice set. Just let me get this shape in. Let's take, we're at 0%, exactly. No, mods are not about gambling. It would be too biased because you can just pay out to whatever you voted on, right? So if you gamble in the prediction, you can't do the payout, which means only I can do the payout, which shouldn't be a big deal. It's just gonna maybe affect how fast in between the rounds we do gambling. Mods above gambling. Are you out of your mind? Mods aren't above gambling. Mm-hmm. We're gonna do some gambling as soon as I finish this. And by this, I mean, basically I'm just going to put in some shapes, some shadow shapes for the hand. It's easier to see. I need the foot, don't I? Yeah? I might just use it as the line art. I'm not gonna lie. If I end up using line art, I might just not do line art and just paint it. But I have to decide still. Oops daisies. So we want it to be resting against the chest here. We want this to kind of blend into itself. That's the idea, at least. I don't really know how to differentiate between sketch and line art. I'll be honest. I have no idea. I guess it's probably just what you use it for most, right? Still trying to get the eyes the right shape. Right now, I don't. I like that. Just go back to what it was before. Even though it's not technically correct, but I like it a little bit better. That's too wide. I don't think there's a strict line between sketch and line art. I personally like it when not every line is connected, but that loose sketch energy. Yeah, my dad really likes that also, especially in the comics. Guess I took after him a little bit. But at the same time, I see the people who do like really dynamic stuff while maintaining a really loose, like a really strict line. So I'm like, holy shit, dude, that's clean as hell. Alright, let's turn the ground back on and see what I feel like about that. So yeah, I definitely like that more than Menacing Bee-Man over here. This is like his stands. Crazy Bee. Wild Hornet. Bumble and his stand, Crazy Hornet. Kinda don't want to delete it. I'll move it to a different layer. Let's put it down here. I should put all of this stuff in its own layer. Easier to turn off and on. Mufasa in the clouds, Simba. I always laugh at so there's a artist, right? An animator, I guess. And they'll do like abridged versions of the Disney movies or just like media in general. And it's the ones that always start with like wah, and then it's like some like really fucked up like stick figures and round stuff. If I find it, I'll post it, but I can't remember. Okay, that's Bumble. We should name these. Oh my god! Well, my screen's okay, so that's good. I knocked my phone over into it. Bumble. Cloud. Ground light. Simba. This is Sky. We'll just name this thumbnail. Alright, cool. This is good. We're gonna hit save and then we're gonna start Street Fighter. I know the WA person is. Hold on. It's like the Ultimate Lion King recap cartoon. You guys can't see this. So Cass Vandepol, they'll do stuff like this, right? And so they make like really funny recaps of that. Let's move OBS over here so we can do some gambling. Let's go. We're doing some gambling. So usually they'll do Lion King recap, stuff like that. Oops. Oh, it's not sold at Victoria HEB Plus. It might not be on mine at all. Hey, how's it going? We are gonna do a little bit of gambling. In the sense that we're gonna find out how good I am. I am right now in bronze for Street Fighter. So I just reached bronze Sunday night. What the hell is that? Oh. The person who made the toothless meme, yeah. Little dance back and forth. That's still one of my favorite things. Yeah, we're gonna do some Street Fighter gambling. Game capture. Eat cheese and sing. Why am I missing YouTube? I've not been missing YouTube stuff. How do I do predictions from here? Can I not do predictions from OBS? I mean, that's fine, but... So predictions is gambling in... So good. Still am, but I don't play anymore. I just believe my cousin on it. You're welcome to give me tips and tricks. I am... not good, but for a casual player, I'm not bad, I guess. So basically here's what happens. A set is three matches, right? So it's best of 3. Let me see if I can do the moderation setting. What moments? I should be logged in. Question mark? Oh, I'm on a different video, that's why. Why don't I have... There you go. Yes, you guys are gonna be basically like, did they win? First game run loses 1-2. How dare you guys? I'm not that... Well, I'm actually pretty bad, so... not working? Oh. And the next fighting set. Neil knows his sports best, so I'll stick to what he says. Yes, no. Submission period is going to be 5 minutes. You guys are already here, so it's not that big of a deal. Mods who have voted do not get to choose the predictions. That's fine. So you're all welcome to bet. It's basically just going to be yes, no, right? I don't know if there's like secret tech to doing stuff like this. It doesn't matter. This is my favorite map though. What other costumes do I have for Blanka? Let's just go and do 1, 2, 3, huh? Okay, so once everyone, we have the positions. I love Blanka. Blanka's my favorite. Oh, what the hell? Okay, yeah. So just a little bit of warm up. Shouldn't do that one. What is my longest medium? Standing medium. That sweep is unsafe. Oh wow, there's a lot of lag going on. Crouching light's pretty good. Crouching heavy gets me a distance. There is a lot of lag. I may or may not be able to stream Street Fighter. Hold on. Oops. We'll see if I can figure it out before then. But right now there's a little bit of lag going on. Crouch jump kick. Wait. Crouch jump kick? Is it really that bad? Oh my god, it's laggy as hell. What the heck? Try turning down video settings or using faster encoder. It does seem to be pretty overloaded. I don't know what I can do about that right now. We'll figure this out before Friday. Because World ended up working fine. It's an unstable connection. Yeah. Alrighty, but I need to see people fight. I can always cancel it, but yes. We'll see how this goes. We'll just go live. What's it called? Try crouch jump kick. What? Okay, cool. Alright, this is a Chun-Li. Oh, nice. At this rank, hopefully they're pretty bad. Which side am I on? I think I'm gonna be blue side. I hope I don't have a lag switch going on. Boy, that internet is going real slow, huh? That was supposed to be neutral. Wait, they... Oop. I should have known that was coming. Let's fucking go! Predicted the jump at the end. The lag is crazy. You guys are still watching from like, oh my god. Ah! We'll fix this. We'll fix this. I'll look up a tutorial. Downloaded. You are so gotten. Okay, I got the first win. You guys are lagging like crazy. It's like 2 FPS. Oh my god. Okay, they could still win. It could be a reverse sweep. Let's fucking go! Punch, punch, punch. When they jump, use jump kick. And when they go, stop. You're not saying any sense. Oh. My input's lagging. That's not fun. I should not be throwing out those. Ah, that was a mistake. I should have waited for the DI because I knew it was coming. Blah. Okay. That's unfortunate. It's lagging for everybody. That was a pretty bad knockdown. Let's go back to what I was doing, which is being a little bit more patient. They do that every time. That was a grab. Okay. That was a mistake. Get out of here, you're too close. Alright, to be fair, I shouldn't have done that sweep. Let's fucking go! I won this set. You guys are all bad. Very party book in between the lag. Oh, that's not fair. Okay. We'll figure out how to stream this because it's not working for this. We will figure it out. I finished burning a Harry Potter book. Okay, we're done. We're done with streaming. We're done streaming that. That's just too much. It's too much lag. I'm so sorry. Okay, the video should be a lot smoother now, hopefully. Oh boy, that is still going, huh? Alright, let's close. Street Fighter. All right. So, unfortunately for all of you, I'm fucking awesome. I'm cracked as hell. By the way, since you're low rank, they won't accept grabs, so I do a jump, kick, stop punch. Yeah, there's definitely a way to do it. I just, jumping is fine. I'm just gonna prefer to use it to like avoid throws. My wake up tech is awful, right? I'm learning better how to like punish stuff, right? So we'll see. We're working on it. We're working on it. Oh, this is the one where I get my ass handed to me, isn't it? Oof. Oof, that was real bad. They used a super art to kill the shit out of me. Wow. Alright, let's see if the stream comes back to normal. Oh, is it playing the new audio but showing the old video? Got me again for the sleep. Whew, alright. Anyway, I'm on a 6 win streak. It's ironic that this was intended for us to see how good you are at Street Fighter, but we don't see shit. I know. I know. Friday, I swear to God, I'm gonna get this to work by Friday. We're gonna do maybe some test streams today or tomorrow, and we'll see how it do. You guys lost money because I'm great, and you guys didn't believe in me. Will Sprung win the next fights? Choose the outcome? Yes, I did win the next fights. Complete prediction. Viewers who have chosen the correct action will be awarded 420 channel points. Complete prediction. The house is not incompetent. I won. It was not scheduled for like whatever. It was scheduled for me being awesome. Nobody wins. Guys, lost points. Wah wah. You up. Oh well, what a shame. Better next time. Scrubs. Scrub. Okay, I will talk to the people that I know who stream Street Fighter and ask them how the hell they stream Street Fighter. Because my settings were... What are the details? It says nobody thought... Nobody thought this was happening. Damn, that's crazy. Rubs it in even more. Because you can look at my win streak, and my win streak stays at 6. It doesn't go down. I'll move the music to be somewhere else, because that when it's up there, it's kind of in the way. I didn't end up doing any art fight animation stuff at all. You guys will get a chance to make your money. Alright, that being said though, have I saved this project? I had saved. Hit save again just in case. let's go ahead and end the stream for now. Thank you guys for coming. I am sorry that the Street Fighter stuff is so shit. The same thing happened in Worlds. So wait, no, I set it back to we're back to the Bumble drawing. I put it back there because it was not working well. Right? So